Hello, hello, hello. Counsey here, back with another Unity making a shortest path solver. Yeah, and today we're finally going to be able to We're finally going to be getting into creating the. We're finally going to be able to create graphs within the game itself, because technically you can. Well, there's like some loud truck passing by my house right now. Anyway, so yeah, because right now, in the last time, we basically finished off everything, and we kind of we made like, we basically have the entire settings, we have all the setting systems, we have the saving graph, loading graph, we finished saving. But now, what we need to do is to be able to build a graph or edit one. Excuse me. So to be able to do that, there is quite a bit of code that we need to be making. But I would guess I would. Excuse me. One of the things that I would like to show you is my pitch and yaw system. You might notice that when I rotate, it actually kind of you can see that it kind of rotates like right here. You can see that oops. You can see that it's that when I move around the yaw, like just completely on the side, you can see that, hey, the thing is spinning. And give me a second, I need to plug in something. Right. All right, there you go. Much better. Yeah, you can definitely see that. And well, it's supposed to help you figure out which direction you're facing. So right now, this tells you you're facing in the positive x-axis. So yeah, if you were to move straight, you're going to move in the positive x-axis. And if you were to go instead and be in front of the blue, you're going to end up going in the positive z-axis. And well, if let's say you're facing in the opposite direction. So this one would say that you're going in the negative z. So yeah, you can definitely see that that's what is the case. That's how this pitch and yaw works. I tried to make something that was a lot more, I tried to make something that would be more, something that would tell you. So I was planning on trying to get this just into one thing, but then I really couldn't do it because Euler angles mess up everything. Yeah, you need quaternions to actually properly show rotations with a set of axes. Yeah, it didn't really work out. Anyway, but yeah, we have this cool system. It's just kind of fun to see the knobs turning around and whatnot. All right, so with that, I think it's about time we get into our graph. So here I'm going to make another C# script, and this one we call the graph builder. Let's open it up in Visual Studio. I'm not sure if I'm talking from my nose or something, because I don't know, I feel like I'm talking from my nose. Anyway, so yeah, there's one thing for sure. This is definitely going to be from mono behavior, and we're definitely going to have a public static graph builder script and void awake. This script is going to be equal to this, right? And with that, let's make a public enum, and this one will be called the build mode. Now I'm making this separate from. Okay, I'm making this separate from the mode editor, because technically it's going to be difficult to actually be one of the things that I want to do is to actually be in the build. I want to actually have, what am I trying to say here? I want it such that I want it such that your current mode will stay in edit mode, but you can still switch between being in between two different modes in build mode. Now, as for what button that is going to be, I need to actually figure that out. Most likely what I'm going to do is probably have like some buttons on the screen whenever that pops up whenever you go into build mode, but right now I'm not sure. So I don't plan on adding a hierarchy. Yeah, I don't really plan on adding that. So things are going to be a lot easier. So there are actually only really two modes that I'm going to have: build and then edit. Build and edit mode. Those are really the only two that I can think of. Yeah, and depending on this mode, we can do different things. So public. So public. It's actually going to be a public static. A public build mode, and this one will be called the mode. And well, and when we do void start, what we have to do is get rid of this because that's not how I like it. So mode is going to be equal to build mode dot build. Yeah, just a little thing on the start. However, what we now need to do is there are some things that I need to do because typically a lot of the building depends on like it really depends. So first off, I think I would like to do is try and make something like this. So this one will be a public, or I think I can make it private. Private void set vertex. Now this one, okay, I kind of realized something. In the graph editor, there is a this is a function that actually does not need to exist in the graph editor. It in fact should actually be in the utility. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Go to my utility function and get rid of that slash. This will be a public static vector3 actually, because it's going to return a position in front of the character, in front of the player, I mean. This will be position in front position in front of cam. And with that, all it does is it returns a special object dot main cam dot transform dot position transform dot forward, and you multiply this by some float, which is the float which will say distance from cam. There we go. Then we do that distance from camera. I believe that's literally all I believe that's literally the entire. And with that, I'm going to remove this and see if there are any errors. Really? Does that function even use anything? Really? There's no function. I swear I've used that function before. Okay. Well, I guess then, I guess, sure. Okay, sure. All right, anyway. So with that, I'm going to do is, whoa. Okay, hold on a second. I need to plug something back in. Okay, so here, when we set a vertex, what we want to do is first, actually one of the first things we need to do is check if current, come on, current, mode manager dot current mode is equal to mode dot edit, then what we want to do, then we, or if it's not equal to, then we're just going to return, because we don't really want to do anything inside of this script. So technically, whenever we do whenever we go on to the edit mode, one thing that I would like to do is to always do a start, which will set the mode to build. We'll set it to build mode. So let me go to the mode manager. I might want to make this more specific. So I might say like switch new mode, case mode dot. Right now we only need edit and case mode dot solve. So right now, yeah, these are the only two that we need to have inside the switch. So if right now we're gonna put this into here. Actually, no, we don't need to do that. There's nothing right now that I needed, but I'm going to just say okay, what this says is if the new mode is set to edit mode, then we kind of want to go into our graph build, to our graph thing. And I'm actually going to make this a public and call on graph builder.script.start. Yeah, that's literally what it's going to do. It does start. Now, I'm pretty sure that there's probably some other things that I would like to do in this, but yeah. But right now I have no idea. So there's also probably going to be something like bring up UI or something, maybe. But right now, let's make the set vertex. So when we set a vertex, we need to make sure that if build mode dot is, mode. You know what? I really do not like this mode. I want to name it to something else. Yeah, let's just call it build mode, to be honest. If build mode is set equal to if this is equal to build mode dot build, then well, actually I think I would rather check if it's not, and well, we're gonna have to you know what? Let's do it like this. Set, or let's just keep it like this. If it's not equal to build mode, then we're just going to return, because obviously we can't set a vertex in set a vertex. We're going to do debug.log cannot place a vertex in edit mode. Now, interestingly, there is quite a bit of something that I would like to do. The save manager already does have a very interesting function. If we are to look into it, it has a function that essentially allows us to create any vertex or any edge with just a string. However, in the graph editor, we also technically have its own one. We have this create vertex, and honestly, I think I'm not going to use the save manager. It's probably best if I use the graph editor. So what we have to do, we're probably going to also want a reference to the graph editor. I think I can make this private again, and then what I'm going to do is to have a public void build setup. Graph build setup like this. And well, one of the things is that we're going to do this. Then when you go to our mode manager, instead of doing start, we'll do graph build setup. This is a function, so yeah. Then what we want to do in our start, what we want to do is we want a private. This one will be a graph editor, and this will be the G editor, G edit, and G edit is going to be equal to graph editor.script, because we're going to probably need to reference this quite a lot. So here, gedit, we're going to create a vertex, and within this we have a string, which by default, which is actually going to be new vertex. And the start position, well, we need to go to utility, u dot position in front of cam. Then, well, we want to actually have it be within the reach of the camera. So what I'm going to do is to go to our hold on a second. Let me check what the reach of. It depends on the reach. So cam move dot. If you do special objects dot script dot main cam. Come on, main cam dot get component. This one will be the cam move dot reach. Never mind. Okay, so I just basically need to hard code some number in. Or is it private? Is it a private variable? Arrow key smoothing. Oh no, it's in the cam interaction. My bad. Oh, it's a public float. Okay. So in the graph builder, honestly, should I have a reference to that? What is the camera's reach anyway? I need to actually check. So give me a second here. The camera reach is 5. Now the graph builder, special object.script dot main cam dot get component. This one will be the cam interaction dot cam reach. There we go. It's going to be, this is a rather long thing here, as you can definitely see. So yeah, this basically gets a position in front of the character. Now when we do, that's all that happens when we set a vertex. Now I'm going to actually make another private void. This one will be building graph, and this one will say in our void update, if we have to do I could do an if, and this one will say graph builder, or no, not graph builder. If build mode, if this is equal to build mode dot build, then obviously we want to be building graph. And under building graph, there's going to be quite a lot of stuff. And I kind of would actually probably like to use a switch statement, so that way I know which one is build. That way I know which one is being done. So build mode dot build, then we want to not give it a semicolon. We want to do building graph. Then we have a case build mode dot edit. Then we have to do something else. This one will be like editing graph, something like that. Some function like this. We'll create it later, but right now we need to actually figure out. Now, I'm trying to figure out how am I supposed to do this build versus edit mode? Because there's supposed to be different UIs for building, and then there's different UIs for editing. For example, when I want to edit a vertex, I want to actually have some UI pop up on the side, and that's kind of what the idea of what I want to do for when I'm building a graph. However, right now, I should probably really only focus on building the graph right now. So when we're building a graph, you want to check for an input. So if input.getKey, then here we'll do key code dot I want to do shift left shift. Left shift is a thing, right? Yeah, it is. There we go. And actually, yeah, get key. If this is true, and then what we want to check is for if input dot get key down, we'll do key code dot a. We want to set a vertex. Actually, we might not want to create a vertex. When we do Shift A, I'm trying to think. In build mode, okay. There's one thing I kind of realized. Something I want to do is when we set the position of the vertex, I want to first check if there is. Okay, first off, okay, I'll do it here. So we want to do is a for each. And then actually I'll get this thing, and then what I'm gonna do is have a vector 3. This one will be the set position, and this is equal to this. And what we want to do is for each, we want to do vertex. Vertex in gedit dot not script dot vertices dot values. What we want to do is if set position. Okay, what we want to do first is to get the vertex dot transform dot position. Actually, what we want to do is if vector 3 dot distance, and we want to pass in our set position, and we want to find the, and then there's also the what is it? Set position. Then we also want the vertex dot transform dot position. If this is less than whatever the radius of our friend called a vertex is, I need to actually check that. So let me just bring in a vertex into this thing. It's just going to be here, and I'm going to focus on it. I'm going to bring another one. So now we obviously can't do that. However, that's 1. So the minimum distance is actually, okay, so that one's a little obvious. If it's 1.5, if it's less than 1.5 f, then we kind of want to tell the player, then we kind of want to notify that, hey, you can't place a vertex here. It's actually too close. We want to return, and we also want to say to notify the player, notification.notify, and here we want to say what do we want to say? There is already a vertex occupying this space. Then we want to do is, we'll just display it for 0.75 seconds. And that's really it. And then else we can do is just set it at set position. There we go. Now, yeah, that is how we're going to do the building. That is how we, yeah, this is how we are going to set vertices. Now, to actually build, or to actually set down a cam enter. Okay, I kind of realized in camera move, if your input okay, it's only left control. Okay, that's good. So in build graph, what I want to do is say if you know what? I'm really confused. I don't even know why. Why is the left mouse click, the right click, another option to open the menus? It should honestly just be the left. It should honestly just play the, if it should honestly just be the escape. All right. Okay, there we go. So I guess this is how we're going to have it. This is how we will have it. And within build graph, if input.getKey, and we do key code dot shift left shift, and if we do a okay, left, this one's more the easy one. If we do input.getKey, key code left shift, what we need to do is check. What we need to do, we'll do set vertex. That's all we do. Well, actually, no, not just left shift. What we have to do is if input.getKey down dot we'll do key code dot x. Okay, so if we do that, sorry, I'm trying to figure out if we do input, then there's also the input that get mouse. Okay, good. So if we or input dot get mouse button down, and we do 0 because that's a right click, or is there actually like a mouse thing? Okay, it's just 0. If we do either one of those, what we want to do is set a vertex. Now there's another one. If we do left shift, and if we do input get key, what would be the equivalent of a right click? Because what this one is going to be input get mouse button. Actually, if input get mouse button, this one will be mouse button 1. We hold down the right click and we're holding shift. And then here we want to have the function private void set edge. Now this one is going to be a little bit more tricky because this depends on our little interaction system on the camera interaction. In our graph builder, what we want to do is I'm going to actually make some sort of function, which is going to be, this function will be a public void. Actually, you know what? I'll call this build vertex, and then this one will be called called build edge. Build vertex, and then this one we can pass in build edge. If we find a right click. Oh gosh, give me a second here. Yeah, sorry, give me a second. So, okay, now, if we, I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Because, okay, if you press shift, however, Now, okay, I have an idea. Yeah, I have an idea. Oh. I'm trying to figure this out because I don't want to actually use the right click button for this. I want it to be a left click and drag kind of thing to make an edge between two vertexes. So here's what I'm going to do. Make a public void, and this one will be set edge set edge point. Now what I'm going to do is have this one will be a private vertex called edge points. Now this one is actually going to be an array. This is going to be equal to a new vertex of 2. Specifically only 2. And here what it does is it takes in a vertex. This one will be I'll just call it set vertex vertex as point. So, and we want to do is check if edge points 0 if it's equal to null. If it's equal to null, then what we'll do is edge points 0 set equal to set vertex as point. Else we'll do edge points 1 is set equal to set vertex as point. Then we're just going to have a private void. This one will be clear. This one will be called clear edge points. And basically, what all this does is it does edge points 0 is set equal to null, and then do edge points 1 is set equal to null. My gosh. Okay, I don't like this idea, so I'm not gonna do it. Under the cam interaction, my gosh, I'm coughing so much. Let me take a sip of water. Water, delicious. Okay. So let me load up a new graph, and if I press shift, I can definitely, yeah, I can still, you move slowly though. Wait a second, what? Wait, no, okay. Looks like we have to go to our UI manager and fix that. Okay, update coordinates is supposed to still be, update coordinate, whoops. The player's coordinates are still supposed to be updated even if you're moving slow or not. The only thing that matters is if the display coordinates are set to false. All right, so what is it that I'm going to do? Okay, I want the player to hold left shift because I don't want them to actually end up like creating a billion vertices. Unless I just completely forget about it and instead just have it only be the interaction buttons and just build a vertex and not do this left shift thing. Which is entirely possible, but I would like to actually have it be attached to the left shift. At the same time, I would also like to make sure I also want the left shift to be associated with something. Here what I'm going to do is if edge points 0 is not equal to null, and we also want to return and what we want to do is if input.get mouse button down down 0. Actually, if input.get mouse button up, input.get mouse button up, we're actually going to clear edge points. This means that if you were to release, it would actually clear these edge points. However, it wants to check if what we're going to do is check if a vertex, and what you want to check is if there is a vertex on this. Now, cam interaction is rather interesting. This one works rather differently from what I want it to work like. I don't want it to send something. I don't want it to send any rays when it goes up. However, yeah, because I really don't want to actually just send like 20 billion rays. Under cam interaction, what we want to do is, okay, let me go back to our graph builder and only if we're in build mode build and only okay, here. Cam interaction. Okay. Oh, wait. No, vertex interaction. Let's go to this. If we click on a vertex, if we're in edit, we kind of need to do another switch here. So switch, and we pass in the graph builder dot script dot build mode. If this is build mode dot build, then we have to do some things. Otherwise, we have to do something completely different if it's build mode dot edit. These are completely different cases. Now, this one more is supposed to brings up UI to edit properties of vertex. All right. And with that, what I want to do is build mode.build. If it's in build mode.build, what we want to say is hey, we want to go to our cam interaction, not cam interaction. What we want to do is to go to our graph builder, and we want to do our script dot set edge point, and we pass in our, well, we just pass in the get component vertex. This one's rather simple because this is already attached to a vertex. Yeah, we can just simply do that. Now, let me go ahead and space this out a bit more because this is going to get a little messy when since there's now a lot of stuff going on. So if we do, because yeah, if you're in build mode and you interact with it, hey, it says you have to set it. You have to set it this. Now, I have to now go to our cam interaction, and what we have to do is check if if graph builder dot script dot build mode is okay. First off, we need to check if mode manager dot current mode is equal to mode dot edit and build and graph builder dot script dot build mode is equal to build mode dot build. What we want to do is if actually since this is actually this thing is entirely a function, I'm probably just going to actually have to make what the heck is this? What? What? This thing's completely, I don't even know what the function is doing there. Okay, so then I'm going to do is make a private void. This one will be camera ray. And well, it will do this. So now we have to just shift this all down into camera ray. So, wow, that is a lot of stuff. Jeez. All right, here we go. Lots of moving around such that it looks like the way it's in the format that I like. Okay. Here we go. Now, what we now need to do is, what we now need to do for this one is we have to do camera ray. That's what we have to do, and so then what we now need to do is if input dot get mouse button up 0 or input dot get key up key code dot x, we'll do camera ray. This is what we'll do. So yeah, this actually makes a rather interesting function. So if wait a second. And one thing I would like to go is to go to our graph builder, and when we do a set edge point, we also want to check if edge points 1 is equal to null. There we go. We only want to set a vertex if it's null. Okay. And with that, what we want to see is, where is it? Well, we want to do get mouse button up, And what we want to do here is to actually build edge. So the first thing that we need to do is to check for each, actually we first need to check if it's in build mode. If build mode is not equal to, if build mode is not equal to build mode.build, we want return, and we have to say, we're just going to debug.log. I should probably make this a warning. A debug.log warning. This one we say cannot create an edge in edit mode. I mean in edit. In build mode edit. There we go. In build mode, in build, come on, build mode, in build mode edit. All right, there we go. Obviously we want to return. Now, also, we also need to do is check if edge points 0 is equal to null, or if edge points 1 is equal to null. We'd like to return, and what we want to what we want to do is notify notification.notify. You need two vertices to create an edge. There we go. And we'll display that for 1 second, or 1.5 seconds. Why not? And with that, and if there actually is if it actually does land on a vertex, what we want to do now is to actually, we'll say if input, not we won't do an if. What we want to do now is actually to check if there is already an edge, if there's already an edge between those two. So actually what I want to see is not this one, but what I'm trying to think is, should I make a function that actually this actually is completely is this one is miscellaneous functions actually, nothing. These are miscellaneous functions, and connected. It checks if a vertex has this edge is connected to it, and I'm kind of curious. Should I actually? I'm trying to think. How do I do this? The first, okay, so I guess I'll do it. I'll just do it like this. For each edge, we'll just call it edge in gedit dot not dot script edges dot values if, well, one, if edge dot p1 is equal to edge points 0 and edge dot p2, not p3, p2 is equal to edge point 1, well, then we want to actually return, because we want to do a notification.notify and say there is already an edge between, and we'll do edge.p1. Actually, I'll just do edge points 0 dot gameObject.name, and then we'll say and and then we're going to do edge points 1 dot gameObject.name. And with that, we'll just say we'll do this for 1.5 seconds. Now, if all that actually manages to go through, then what we can do is we can actually say we can create. What we have to do is do gedit.createEdge, and we just pass in a new new edge. Now, technically, by tradition, the way to name an edge is to do it like this. You have edge points 0 dot gameObject.name plus edge points 1 dot gameObject.name. That's actually the tradition of how you name a vertex. Now the object v1, the game object, is actually just going to be edge points 0 dot gameObject. Then the second one will be edge points 1 dot gameObject. Then here we'll make this false, and the value will be set to 1f. That is how we are going to create a vertex. However, I would also like to make something like a highlight, because technically, let's be honest here. Let's be a little honest here. It is a bit difficult to tell if you're actually going to be able to interact with something. So what I want to do is do a private void highlight, and what we want to do here is if we want to do a array, so we actually kind of want to copy paste a lot of this. We actually want to copy a lot of this. So I'm going to, we'll go ahead and copy this, but we just need to delete the content of it, whatever is inside of it. So we don't actually need any of this. Actually, we can actually get rid of a lot of this. If hit object, okay, one, it needs to have the interaction tab, and well, we're not going to actually do this. However, instead, we'll make a highlight the object. Now, we actually need to check if it's an edge or a vertex. So what we can do is say vertex is equal to, we'll call it vScript is equal to, hit object dot get component, and we have to pass in the vertex script. Now the edge vertex this one will be edge e script. This is equal to get object dot transform dot parent dot transform dot parent dot get component edge. There we go. That is how we do it. And I'm checking if my mic is mute. No, it's not. Okay, good. Now, whoops, we didn't want to do that. Now, what we want to do is if the vertex is okay, I'm gonna actually have a private. This one will be a private game object or private transform. This one will be looking at. This will be looking at. And what we want to do is if b script is not equal to null, and we also want to make sure and e script is equal to null. What we want to do is here is to highlight the vertex object. We also kind of need to do is check if looking at is not equal to null. Actually, and we also need, wait, no, hold on a second. Give me a second here. Else if, this one will say, actually no, that we won't do an else if. What we'll do is else, and we'll do if looking at is not equal to null. We want to set looking at to null, but we don't just want to do that. We also want to delete the highlight thing, any highlight thing. So we also want a private transform. This one will actually be the highlight object. We also want to destroy. We want to do a destroy highlight. No, not that. Highlight object dot game object. There we go. Now we actually need a, because we have this, we have to make a public game object. This one will be, oh my gosh, excuse me. This one will be vertex highlight. Then we have a public game object edge highlight. Now they're obviously different because, let's face it, they have very different shapes. And this one is actually going to be a prefab. There we go. Now, we want to actually do, what we want to do is instantiate. Oh my gosh. Vertex highlight prefab. Then we want to set the parent. We want to parent it to the vertex. So basically we want to do hit object.transform. There we go. Now it's a little bit different for our E script. What we want to do is, however, if E script is not equal to null, and B script is equal to null, we want to to highlight the edge object. So again, we're going to do instantiate, and we'll do edge highlight prefab, then hit object dot transform. However, we need to look at the edge prefab. Not that one, the edge prefab. Now, let me go ahead and highlight object. Oh. We also want to set highlight. We want to set highlight object equal to this. Dot transform. Dot transform. There we go. Then we have to do the same thing again. Dot transform. Then we just pass in highlight object here. Now hit object is not going to be this. However, it will be set looking at. This will be looking at. Okay, never mind. Whoops. What we'll do here is okay, only if this is the case, what we want to do is looking at will be set equal to hit object dot transform. There we go. Yeah, this is rather interesting. Now I need to kind of figure out where to actually properly parent this. Okay, I need to look at the edge script because there's quite a bit of something. Okay, how does the edge script work? So the edge script has this sort of thing. The line is the one that actually has a transform. The model is the one that actually gets hit. Now the line, I believe, is the one that gets scaled. So let me go ahead and open up a script. So if I go to my graph space and I go to this edge, yup, the line is for sure the one that gets yeah. So hold on a second. Let me go save this for a second, and we go to our cam interaction, and instead of doing this, we can actually just do this by escript dot line escript dot line. There we go, and that's how we can do this. Now the only thing we need to do now is to actually make this highlight. And well, it's not going to be pretty if I have to say so myself. However, I do have some ideas. Hopefully I still have I believe I added in our sprites. I believe I added. We have an arrow. This was stuff supposed to be for vectors, but I couldn't get it to work. So yeah. But I could actually use these. Let me go in Show and Explorer. I could use these and in a way just make a full. I'm gonna make this a complete circle, not like that. What we're gonna do is to Control Shift, and this one will be a filled circle. Now the filled circle we want to open with GIMP. GIMP startup. And under that, all we want to do is to highlight the empty part and shift, not that, shift B, bucket fill, and that's it. That's literally it. Filled circle, replace, don't need to save this, and export. There you go. And we don't need to do anything else. Let's go back to here, and there it is, filled circle. Just set this to a sprite. I'm just realizing that if this is a sprite, this object actually needs to be a okay, never mind. I'm gonna keep this just in case, but in case I need it. However, let me open up Blender right now. Give me a second here. There's a Blender. Okay, I'm gonna put this to the side for now. Just for now, I'll put it back on the screen. Just give me a second. All right. Let me go ahead. Oh, wait a second. What am I doing? Oh, wait, no, I can do an append. Go to our Unity projects. Where is that? Background graphic, no. Assets, models, and we want ourselves. Okay, never mind. We actually just want to make it ourselves. So here we literally have a cube. Now, one of the modifiers that we have is we can have a wireframe. Now I kind of would like to make this a lot more thick, like maybe 0.15 thick. It's thick. All right. So this one, crease edges. Hold on a second. I'm trying to figure out how it looks like. So yeah, this is our base object. However, I probably might want to do some editing with it. But for now, this will be the highlight of it. We can delete everything else. We don't need anything else. And this one will be the edge highlight. Now, to highlighting a vertex is easy. However, highlighting the vertex is actually a bit more difficult because it actually needs to take into account for the rotation of the player. So let me go ahead and save for now. We're just gonna okay, we're gonna save this to graph theory. Where's the graph theory assets? We want to save this models, and this one will be our edge highlight. So we can save it here. We can also export this edge highlight. We go ahead and do that. And let's go back to Unity. Hopefully now there's some interesting stuff about it. The edge highlight, is more simple. We can literally, yeah. For some odd reason, you can't read Blender files. Okay. So if we now go to our main camera, and okay, let me hide the piece with player settings. And if we go to a hedge highlight, what I want to do now is to test okay, I'm gonna comment this out for now because we don't have the edge highlight thing. So what we want to do here is you want to do highlight. We'll do highlight here, and when we press play, hopefully now we can actually highlight in edges. So let me go ahead and just bring up this line. Yeah, there's definitely, hold on a second. Whoa, 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 stop, 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 whoa, stop. Oh my gosh. Okay, we only want to instantiate if, okay, for a highlight, we don't want to instantiate if there is already a, so here, if, we'll put this here, if, and we'll say if, we'll say, where is it? Highlight object is not equal, if it is equal to null, then we can do this. Then else, we will just completely ignore it. All right. We want to destroy the highlight object, and we'll say looking at is set equal to null. Looking at all right. Camera reach. Strange how it didn't seem to disappear. Okay, let me bring up the edge. Look at it. There we go. And if we were to check, yeah, that's a very interesting highlight. However, what the heck? What? Oh, I think I know what happened. I think I have a feeling I know what happens here. So, yeah. If I scale this along the Z enough, yeah, there we go. That's what's happening. Now, here's the thing. I don't want, I need it. I can't have it stretch like that. How do I prevent that? Let me look at if there's anything I can do to this rig. I mean, this thing. Swap UV. I think there's nothing I can really do about that. So I'm just, wait, no, I'm not going to revert. I want it. Let me apply, I guess. And let's test this out. Confirm. Hold on a second, what? Okay. Does this mean that I actually need to make the object myself rather than making it in Blender? Okay, that's, you know what, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to instead of doing that, I'm going to delete the highlight. Now what I'm going to do now is to get out of isometric mode and bring up an edge. Just put it in the graph space. I focus on it, and what I want to do is to make its length rather long. So I'm going to extend it to like 20. Let's try that. Now I'm going to create the highlight myself. So in here, basically what I need to do is to make a bunch of cubes. So this one, put it here, and let's reset the transform. Okay, it's 0. Now what we want to do is under the model. We want to put it not under the model. We want to put it under the line. Where do we put it under the model? Okay, if we put this to 0.5, then if we were to, okay, I'm gonna make, oh my gosh, it's my first time making a material. Oh my gosh, this whole time I've not made a material. This one will be called the highlight color. Highlight color. And this one will actually be a yellow, but we don't want to make it, it's more of a greenish right now. Yellow. We want to give it an opacity, which will be 150. Now we also want we don't want it to be metallic. We're not going to give it any smoothness. And do we want an emission? We'll give it a very faint emission, like that. And there we go. We'll give it like that. No, we don't want any. We don't want any of those. Now, under our cube, we want to give it this. We want to give this thing the material, and we technically want to very tiny, slightly increase these. So that way, how do I make this transparent? There we go. Okay, I think I need to make it more transparent than that. I'll make it 90. Let's try 90. Now for the cube, we're going to call this edge highlight. And we kind of want to, technically we kind of want to make it just a tiny bit bigger, 1.1, like that. And with that, Let me go ahead and take this out, put it there, and let's delete the edge. Edge highlight, set this to 1, and reset the position. Yeah, that's technically, oh, we don't actually want to have this to have a box. Actually, yeah, we do need it to have a box. Do we? No, we don't. No box collider. All right. Then with that, we can go to our prefabs and create an edge highlight. And we can actually do the same thing for the vertices actually. So this one will be the vertex highlight. Now this one's rather easier because you actually need to, let me just get a vertex. There it is, vertex. And let's go to vertex highlight, parent it to that. Let's see what it looks like. Let me reset the transform. We also would like to give the vertex highlight the highlight material. So there we go. And obviously we don't want it to be the exact same size. That'd be a little ridiculous. There we go. That's how it's going to look like. And with this, we don't want it to have a collider. All right. And with that, I believe that's literally it. That's literally the highlight, the edge and vertex highlight. So let me delete the vertex, and let me go to our, where is it? Prefabs, vertex highlight. Let's delete these, go back to our main camera, and we have our vertex highlight, then we have our edge highlight. Rather simple, guys. Then I'm going to actually get rid of this. So now we'll be able to tell if we're actually looking at something we can interact. So let me actually shift close all that. And object not set to. Wait, what was that? eScript. If looking at is not equal to null. Wait a second, what? Wait, what? What? Okay, let's figure out what's going on. Obviously the highlight object was not created. What? Oh, wait a second. Oh. Oh. Okay, this just made things a little bit more difficult than it had to be. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, we're gonna do it like this. Then what we can do is and then we'll do this. If we do that, we can actually, We'll actually just return. And then, yeah, we'll just return from there. Hopefully now, hopefully that'll work this time, because I just realized it's probably trying to get the transform. That's probably what is happening, is that it says, hey, let me get the transform with this guy. Let me get the transform of the parent, but we also need to get the transform of the parent, which is nothing. So that's probably the reason why it's not really working out. For some odd reason, it's now not even highlighting. Okay, you can highlight the, what? Okay, why is it not able to, what? What? Okay, I'm confused. Edge highlight prefab, is it, does it exist? Yeah, it exists. Okay, let me just do a debug, come on, debug.log test. There we go. And we'll see if there's a reason, if the reason why it's not highlighting it is because of that. Let me bring up the line. It's rather interesting. Does the highlight exist? Oh, wait a second. Set this to 1, and then we set this to 1.1. And then this is then this is supposed to be set to that. All right, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, there we go. Let me fix that in our edge highlight. Let me open the prefab. This is supposed to be 1.1, 1.1. It's supposed to be 1, and this one's supposed to be 0.5. Now I have a feeling that the highlight's still, you can see the highlight for sure, but I have a feeling that the edge highlight still needs to be a little bit more bigger because it's not very obvious as compared to like the vertex highlight. So I'm gonna make this to 1.25. But I believe the vertex highlight is actually a little bit, whoa. Vertex highlight is rather huge. So let me go ahead and set this to 1.25, 1.25. Give me a second, sorry. And then of course, 1.25, there we go. And let's go ahead and take a look at it. Bring up our line. There we go, the highlight's a lot more obvious now. Okay, rather than I realized my mistakes. If it's not equal to null, um, I just realized that there's a bit of a problem when we do this. If looking at is hit set to a new thing, what we actually would like to do is to oh my gosh. Okay, first here, what I'll do here is if hit object dot transform is not equal to looking at, like what we can do this. We can destroy the highlight object. There we go. There we go. And with that, hopefully this will now be able to switch between, hopefully now the highlighting can switch between stuff. So let me go ahead and test that out. So now it's not even set to a reference. Okay, and looking and highlight object is not equal to null. There we go. Just those little simple errors that just cause everything to just explode. Okay. There we go. There we go. Now we can tell if we can definitely see that if we're okay. The vertex highlight is still a bit too large for me. I'm gonna try just 1.1. All right. We only need to see the vertex. Now let me go ahead and load up a line. Yeah, I think that's good enough. With that, we have highlights. Yay! Actually, I'll try to make it 1.5, 1.15. Just it looks just a little bit tiny bit too a bit. Whoops, not that. 1.15. There we go. Hopefully now it'll be just about the same size. Let's bring up the triangle instead. Now I know it's not actually going to account for the arrowhead. I think that's good enough. All right, and with that, we've made our highlight system. That's nice. Yeah. We made a highlight system, and we also have our camera ray. There we go. Now, with all of that done, we can finally go into our. We can finally. The graph builder. I'm just looking around and seeing. I guess with this, I think it's time to test the graph builder. So obviously in the graph space, what we want to do is to go to our scripts, graph space, and graph builder. With this, let's go ahead and save. Let's just start with a new graph, all right? If we go to build mode, go to vertex. What? Oh, I am stupid. Okay, so first off, we need to go back to our utility function. Instead of this, what we need to do is actually return trend, not just that, we actually, okay, let me make a transform camtran is equal to this. This will be camtran. Then we add this with camtran.position. There we go. Now, obviously, I would like to first do that operation, and then, yeah, there we go. And with that, hopefully now this will properly create, hopefully now this will actually go to edit mode. Yep. Okay, wait a second, what? Why is it called new vertex, new vertex? Why is it interacting with it? What? Wait, what? Under cam interaction. We only set one camera, or wait, does it send multiple? Debug.log sent ray. If it does multiple, I don't remember it doing that. We can also get rid of this test. Does it send multiple? I'm pretty sure it does not send multiple if you hold it down. Let me check. Okay, so hold on a second. Oh, I realize. We also need to make sure and set vertex as point is not equal to edge point. If it's not equal to edge point 0, there we go. Maybe that's the reason why. So now if I was to do this, there we go. Yes, it works. Okay, wait, I'm not even, okay, stop, hold on a second, stop, everything stop, okay. We do not want to build edge. It appears that okay. I guess in general, whenever we do, I guess in general, if we do if input.get mouse button up 0, we want to clear the edge points. In general. So yeah, let's just close out everything. Make a new vertex. I have an idea. We actually what we want to do now is rather than if we do that, however, what we want to do now is we also want when we also build a graph, we also need to be able to delete things. So what we want to do is if whoops, not that. So I'm gonna put this all the way down, and this one will be if okay, if input dot get key down, and we do key code. Actually, hold on a second. If we do shift, oh, if get key dot, okay, I have an idea. If get key dot, if get key down, if input dot get key code dot alt left alt, and then we do if input dot get key down, and we do key code dot code x, or input dot, oh my gosh, you know, there's so many, geez. Okay. Under okay, under utility, what I'm going to do is have a public static boolean. This one will be say can interact. Wait, no. This one will say interacted. So if input dot get key down key code dot x, or input dot get mouse button down 0, we want to return true, else we'll return a false. There we go. Hopefully now that this will actually, I'm going to test this with this, and we can actually get rid of this center ray thing. What this will do is, if instead of doing this, what we'll do is u dot interacted is equal to true. And we can also do u dot interacted is equal to true. Yeah, we'll test it like that first. And if it actually doesn't do what we want it to do, all right, so. Okay, good. If I hold it down, it's going to be is a different story. Yep, good. It's different. Yep, that's exact. It does exactly what I wanted to do. So now, let me go ahead and check if there's anything I can simplify with this, because there's quite a lot of stuff. Well, in the graph builder, instead of doing this, we can do if. Instead of doing this, we'll do if u dot interacted true, build a vertex. However, yeah, we can also probably return here. Then, however, if you're holding down and if you do u dot interacted is equal to true, we want to actually delete the object. Yeah, clear edge point should probably also be here, just in case. Then here, what we want to do is u dot interacted is equal to true. If it's equal to true, then we want to delete the object. Now it depends on the object. Obviously, we can't just delete it because the graph editor, in the graph editor, we already have the functions to delete it. However, we need to actually check if it's a vertex or if it's a hold on a second. What am I doing? Rather than doing that, we can do is in the not the vertex interaction, and we also want to get our edge interact script out as well. Case mode is edit, and we want to do a switch as well. Here, this one will take in build mode dot graph builder dot script dot build mode case build mode dot build, and we do break. We have case build mode dot build, not build. We want to do edit. Now I have a feeling that there are quite a bit of some shortcuts that I can probably keep track of instead of doing like if input like all these down. Instead of doing that, I kind of want to make another miscellaneous script kind of thing. So under our scripts, I'm going to create a folder called miscellaneous, and I want to set our U and now hold on, I'm trying to see if the mode manager should go into the miscellaneous. Probably should. Everything should go into some sort of folder. Then under the miscellaneous, what I want to do is to create a C# script, and this one will be controls. Then we want to open it up. Under this one is going to be a rather interesting script. It's not really going to be derived from mono behavior. However, it will be using Unity engine, and instead of putting the, where is it? What happened to the, okay, what we'll do is we'll open up U, then instead of doing this, we'll take this and we'll put it in controls. Under the graph editor and cam interaction, we actually need to change this. Thank you for only detecting the errors when I went to the script, as well as when I go to graph editors. The graph builder. Thank you for only, I'm mad. Okay. All right, so apparently okay. I'm going to just completely ignore that happened and then say if we'll do controls, and well, another one I would like to do is public static boolean. I'm just going to keep this here for now because I'm pretty sure that there are other keybinds that I would like to do. For example, I believe under the save system there are, not save system, not under that, the save manager. I have a feeling that there are some, I guess not. I'll just keep the control. I'll just keep this here for now. However, yeah, if this is, no, this one's supposed to be controls. If this is equal to true, then we'll build a vertex. Now, excuse me. Gosh. Okay. Now, if my gosh, I'm trying to figure out stuff. Right. Okay, vertex interaction. Right, that's a thing. I'm gonna put this all the way to the end because we don't really need it. Okay, under our vertex interaction and edge interaction, what we want to say is if we edit, and what you want to do is you want to do if input.get key no key, come on, key code, not key code dot left alt, and we also want to do if controls dot interacted is equal to true, not true. Then we want to actually do graph editor dot delete dot script dot delete vertex, and we'll pass in string as the name. So we have to do game object dot name. All right, and with that, under edge interacts, we kind of have to just do the same exact thing. It's actually very basically how to do. Right. Okay, so now what we have to do is wait, this is not supposed to be under edit mode. This is supposed to be under the build mode. Then if we do this, we just want to break because we don't want to continue to this. Yeah. What do you mean you does not? Okay. Oh, right, I forgot to save. Now what we want to do now is to do this. You have to literally just copy paste this entire thing. So build. If we do this, what we want to do is okay, I also have a feeling that having the name by default set to new vertex is honestly just more annoying, so I'm just going to have it set to A. That's going to be the default name. Now, instead of doing delete vertex, we do delete edge. And this is going to be a transform transform.parent. And because of this, you know what? I might as well make this a transform. This one will be the main edge object. And void start, because I use this so many times, I might as well do it like this. Main edge object is equal to transform.parent.transform.parent. Edge interact. What's under the new? What's under interaction? The void start in. Okay, fine. New. So rather than As you can see, all of these transformed apparent are transformed apparent. We can do just this main edge object. This will be main edge object. Okay, for anything that's main edge object like that. And again, we have to do main edge object, our game object name. Okay. There we go. Now, hopefully now we can create a vertex. And we can still actually, we can still actually create, we can actually still delete all the vertices if we wanted to. If let's say I want to go to build mode and delete it. However, appears that the names do not appear to go away. So I need to actually probably fix that for the delete edge and vertex. If we remove, if we're going to do this, what we need to check is if we have to go under our good old, we have to, what is it? We have to go under the canvas thing and find if, so we also now have to do a for each. We'll do transform child in special objects dot script dot world space canvas dot transform. If what we want to do is do child dot get component, specifically a name panel. If name panel dot we also would like to set this to, so we have name panel. So we'll call it panel script is equal to this. First off, we want to check if panel script does it. If this is not equal to null, obviously we want to check that first. And what we want to do now is we also want to do and panel script dot target, right? Target is equal to the target is a transform, right? Target it is a transform. So what we have to do is do del vertex dot transform, not that. Then what we want to do is do panel script dot set target to null. Now there should only be one, so I'm pretty sure we can do a break and go on to remove the stuff. And we have to do the same thing for the edges now. I'm gonna actually just copy paste this. Before we delete the edge, what we want to do is do this for each. And rather than doing a name panel, what we do is a value panel. Of course, we need to get a value panel and a value. The panel script, or no, not that. We'll do, what is this? Del edge. All right, and with that, hopefully now we can properly delete stuff. So if I was to go to edit mode and delete it, it deletes the guy. Okay, what? All right, okay, that's just getting annoying. Hold on a second. What? Okay, go to the graph builder. How are both of these not null? How are these? What? You can only, this function is only called if under the building graph this happens. If the first edge point is not equal to null, whoops, oh, whoa, okay. What I meant to do is to do it here, and if we go into edit mode and why is that popping up? Okay, okay, now I have a feeling it has to do with this guy. We only want to do this if it's in build mode. And then there's also another thing. If controls.interacted is true camera ray. You send a ray. When we delete the object, how do we do this? In the properties of, so if I go to edit mode, oh my gosh, geez. That is not what I'm trying to do. Oh my gosh, what the heck? What? Okay. So many notifications. First off, if there's null, edge point 0 is not equal to null. It's called alt every single time. And what will happen is if it I don't get, okay, I'm not sure why is it well, I don't know why it's being like this. So already a vertex occupied. I get it, but that's not what I'm trying to do. Under vertex interaction, set edge point. Huh? Okay, there's a lot of weird stuff that's happening here. I can't tell. I don't know why this thing is getting called when this one. Because this break should not be done if you're not holding Alt in the first place. So you should be perfectly able to create an edge between two. I'm not even trying to create an edge. What the heck? Okay. Let me go to debug mode. The edge points. What the? What? What? Okay, this is now just confusing. We build an edge. Let's just do this. All right. Hopefully now this will do something. Because I don't get it. It's being stupid. This thing is just being stupid. I'm not trying to create a vertex. Wait, no. Hold on. What did I just do? What? Okay, what is going on? What the heck? Everything was working fine before. And then suddenly the delete stuff got happened. Let's go back. Go back. Everything worked fine. If you interacted if edge point 0 is not equal to null, and the only way that can happen is if you clicked on a vertex. If you click on a vertex, then edge point 0 is not going to be null. Then and only if you release the mouse button, I guess we might as well do some controls. Actually, what I'm going to do is bool down, and this one will by default be set to true, so that way I don't get any errors. However, what you want to do is a switch bring down case true, then we do this. Stop, please, stop. Case true, and we'll break. Oh, right, okay, then case false, we'll have return false, and if input.key, if this one will be up, fine, we're not going to use the if, we're going to do this instead. If down is equal to true, and then we'll have else. Put this here, we'll put this here. We'll completely ignore all of this. Now we also want to make the code in the way I like it. Now, for this one, what we want to do is under graph builder, if not just mouse button, if we do controls dot interacted false is equal to true, then we want to do that. Now the edge points okay, maybe I can do a bit more to this cam interaction script. Rather than also this one, we also need to check camera interaction. If mode manager interact is, oh, this one should be on the up. If we do this, and we want to do is graph builder dot this one's a more interesting one because in the graph builder, what we want to do is we'll make a public boolean. This one will be selecting edge point. If we set this, if we do this, if we set an edge point, then what we have to do is if we set the first one, then what we have to do is selecting edge point will be set equal to true. And when we do this, selecting edge point will be set to false. Now, under the cam interaction, what we can do is, okay, with this, what we can now do is also, what we can also do is under the graph builder, we can go to our, we have to do and control, not controls, selecting edge point is equal to false. You know what, even for this one, I'll say if selecting edge point is equal to true, we're just going to return. We don't want to go continue off into this. We also need to do an and selecting edge point is equal to true. The only way that can be done is if Yeah. All right. And with that cam interaction, all right, let's go ahead. I guess we can go ahead and test it out now, hopefully. Hopefully it works. Otherwise, things are just going to be super confusing for me. And I'm going to go to edit. Stop saying you need 2 edges to make. That is not how it's supposed to be done. Okay, I'm just pressing the. My gosh. Under the graph builder. Okay. What we want to do is if input.getKey, if input.getKey and key code left alt, we want to return. We don't want to be building anything. We're going to be deleting stuff. Let's look. Let's go ahead and look. Now, let's get out. If we were to create a vertex, right, we also need to make sure that if we do that, we also need to make sure that and graph builder dot strip dot selecting edge point is equal to true. We only want to do this if that's the case. So we do this. I am so annoyed right now. Okay, what the? What is telling this? What is it? What is telling this thing to go to this? Because the only reason why this would be called is if build edge is being called. Build edge is not supposed to be called if you're selecting an edge point, if you're not selecting any edge points. So that means if I was just to create an edge, I'm not interacting with that edge. I mean, if I was to create a vertex, my gosh, I can't even speak. Now, when we create a vertex, if we build a vertex, why on earth would you interact with it? How is it interacting with it? I'm trying to figure out. I have a feeling the reason why it's setting this is because you use the same button to create a vertex. You use the same button to create a vertex. You also use the same button to interact with it. So it's also at the simultaneously sending a ray out. Then under cam interaction, what happens is that it says, hey, we want to interact. So it sends out a camera ray. And when we create a camera ray, it ends up hitting the vertex. It ends up hitting the vertex, and then it says it goes under the vertex interaction and say, hey, we want to set an edge point, but then that's not exactly what I want to do. So under the cam interaction, there's something I would like to do, and that is if the current mode is edit and it's this, if we do this, and we want to say and input dot get key, and we'll do key code dot left shift, we want to return. And the reason why is because under the graph builder, I'm going to have it such that in order to build a graph, you need to be holding it. So if input get key code dot left shift is equal to false, we want to return. Technically, what we also would like to do is what we'd also like to do is something like this, because I'm trying to figure out how to do this. The spacebar, I've never thought of that. The spacebar, but you can't hold the spacebar and then press X at the same. Actually, wait, no, you can. Hey, we could just use the spacebar. Yeah, spacebar sounds a lot better. Space. We'll do a graph builder. Space. We want to return. And here we want to do is to, what was the function called again? Clear edge points. All right. Hopefully now that'll figure out that. Hopefully now that will solve my problem. So under the edit mode, you need to press the space to create. Right, the space is used to fly faster. Is there not any buttons that I can hold? There's Alt, but I use that too. There has to be something. All right. Let's try this instead. Rather than doing this and this, what we want to do is we want to do is check if this, when we build, well, we still want to be able to go through here, yes. But if gosh, I'm trying to figure out how to prevent it from interacting with it. Because I mean, it had the correct idea. You hold down a button and you just completely get rid of it. However, control is already used by another thing. Control is already taken, shift is taken, spacebar is taken, alt is taken. What can I use? Because I want this to actually be able to be, I want to actually have this be used by people like who might not have a mouse. So I don't want to have like another separate button that's like right across the keyboard and then yeah. Oh, I think I have an idea. However, no, that doesn't work because that involves the right mouse button. Give me a second here. I need to clean something. Just give me a second. Seriously though, what is a button that I can hold? Because if I press shift, if I hold down the left shift, the player's just going to move super slow, and that's honestly kind of going to be annoying. All right, so I think I have a solution here. We can still have it such that we're going to copy paste this again. I'm kind of annoyed to do it. I don't like doing that. However, we can do it like this. This one will be the return function. And excuse me, input.get key code. We can still do the left, not L, left shift. However, what we can do is under the build, under this guy, if input.get key and then we'll do key code dot left shift is equal to false. We want to return. However, if selecting edge point is equal to false, is equal to true, and input.get and controls dot interacted will set to false. We want to clear edge points. Now, hopefully that'll solve my problem. So you need to press shift to actually create. I am not trying to create a vertex. If you're holding left shift, return. left shift is required to create, okay, left shift. Maybe instead we'll do graph builder. Instead of doing this, what we can do is this and input.get key input.get no key code dot left not left shift. We can build a vertex. It's specifically for building a vertex. Click and drag is clicking and dragging. Yeah, okay, hopefully now that'll work. So let's go to edit mode, create a vertex. Why? Should probably, let me set this back to normal mode. Okay, let me go to the cam interaction. And if go to, let's see the controls. So get key up, mouse button up. Under edge interact, under cam interaction, cam array. If it's in edit mode, we're in build mode, and we're selecting an edge point. If we lift up, we send a cam array. Let's test. Log. This one will say test. Now, under this, what we want to do is, hopefully now we can test it out. Shift A. Did it say test? It didn't say test. Huh. We need two vertices to create an edge. But it didn't send out. If controls it, if you're in edit mode, if you're in edit mode and your graph builder .script .build mode build, if you're in build mode and you're selecting an edge point, let's test this. All right, because it's not doing it on the up. We're in edit mode, create, and that's really strange. Okay. Debug.log. This one will be test. Under cam interaction, I just want to do controls.interacted pass in false. Pass in. We'll do it like this. And there we go. Maybe this will tell us if it actually does detect anything. What? So wait, why isn't it? What? Go to edit mode. Wait, it works, but so it's returning a true, but why isn't it camera ray? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. What? 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 I keep saying what, but you have to admit, what is this crap? What is this crap? Now I need to test if the ray is actually being sent. Because the only way, because that, yeah, for sure, this is definitely. Graph builder, selecting edge point. No, okay, that line looks very unnecessary. Or maybe it's the order that of which the scripts are executed. Rather than, okay, I have an idea. Rather than doing checking checking this case, what I'll do is selecting edge point is equal to true. We have to do and edge points 1 is not equal to null, and selecting edge point is equal to true. We can build an edge and we can clear the edge points. However, because what happens if it doesn't hit anything? That's my problem. Cam interaction, cam ray. I could make this a boolean. This is going to be a boolean. If this is false, then we can just return a false. And if it manages to actually hit something within the grasp, this one will return a false. This one will return a true, like so. Now on the graph builder, camera ray, Camera rate. What we can do is selecting edge point. Selecting what we can do is actually do graph builder dot script dot selecting edge point is equal to camera rate. Camera rate. If it was then set to false, actually wait a second. No. What we can do is if camera is equal to false, what we can do is graph builder dot script dot what was the function called? The clear edge points. There we go. Dot clear. It's not public. Let's make it public. No, public for now, and hopefully dot script dot clear edge points. And with that, hopefully now this will be able to give us an idea for how to do it. We don't want to show the properties. We want to create a vertex. Yes. 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 Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Finally. And we could, whoops. And we could, hey, stop. And we could still actually, oh, that's interesting. The graph editor didn't seem to delete the edge. It does delete edge. So it passed in the edge script. Edge script. Oh, if the panel script target, if the target is equal to the edge, you want to set the panel script target to null. Huh. Okay, we found a value panel, and the panel script target is equal to the edge. Where's this edge script located? On the prefab. So edge. Wait a second. I forgot. The edge does not have its position is not on the, it actually should be the model if I'm correct. The proper, yeah, it's the model. So that means it's actually del edge dot not the target dot transform dot parent dot transform dot parent transform dot parent dot transform dot parent. Okay. There we go. That's actually what it's supposed to be. Now under the edge interact. Okay. Hopefully now that'll get it correct now. So let me just create a new graph. Shift, and we'll go ahead and do that. If we were to delete it, yep, there we go. And if we were to delete it, oops. Yep, it definitely works. Now, I technically, yeah, wow, it works. Huh. I made a way to finally create your own. Finally, we can finally create our own graph. And well, I would like to make something more complicated. So what I'm going to do is actually just create my own. So you could create a vertex A0, the one here, and the last one right here. So with that, I can go here. If I wanted to, I could also go, whoops, could also go right here. Then I could delete that if I wanted to, and I could also go right there. Then I have to wait a second, and there we go. If we were to go to view mode, yes, yes. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. And we can actually, and I'm pretty sure we should be able to save this. So let me go ahead and try and see if I can save it. Save a graph. Now, as much as I love uptest, or actually, which one should I delete? Oh, our save system manager is not yet. What happens if I do this? Okay, so rather simple. Okay. Because then it's just going to take. Hold on a second. What happens if I confirm? What? I'm not trying to load. I'm trying to save. Wait, what? What? Give me a second here. Wait a second. I have spent so much time working on that save manager. You do not know how confused I am. The pause menu. Under the pause menu, if you do save graph, missing. Saving or loading. Oh, wait, I might have changed something. Save manager. I think this is supposed to be edit state. I guess it's edit state. Then under edit state, if it's 0, we're saving. If it's 1, then under load graph, we also have to do the same thing, saving and loading. So if we do this, edit state, do 1. However, I believe we might need to add a new state, to believe it or not, which is saving a new graph. But I don't really want to do that. Because right now, we go to if we go to edit file state, if we're saving, excuse me, if we're saving and okay, we're gonna have to make a private string called the loaded graph name. Now, under a load, when we load a new graph file, what we want to do is set graph, let's see, loaded graph name equal to nothing. Under when we load a graph, what we need to make sure is that when we we also technically need to do this. So loaded graph name is set equal to graph data dot graph name. And technically, what we now need to do is when we do that is when we under the main, where is it? The main function, the main saving function. If saving, and so if existing save is true, and we want to do and graph, and a loaded graph name is equal to selected slot num dot okay. If there's an existing save, we have to be more specific because now, okay, then there's this. I guess what we have to do here is, and we also need to get this. We'll take a string called the name, and this is equal to this. If the name, if data name, if data name is equal to loaded graph name, we want to save. Else, we kind of want to do this. Open close input graph name. Now when we load a graph, hopefully now this works. So let me go ahead and test this out. I'm going to load up Mr. Triangle and make him a pyramid or something. So I want to load you up. So now, I'm going to go into edit mode and I'm going to create a vertex. And if I go to save, and I go to save here and confirm, yeah, it's saved. And now let me go ahead and load up a new graph. Just load up a new graph. Object reference. Okay, I forgot to do something. Under our save thing, Hold on a second. How many buttons do I need to fix? Under this, the new graph button, what? What? Why is it loading? What? Wait. Um what? Hold on a second. If I was to try to load up, I do control load, a new graph. Let's get the target.transform. Should only be done for an edge. Value panels can only exist on what? Okay, this is, wait, what? I'm so confused. It didn't work before, but then it suddenly works now. Okay. And if I want to video ship, what if I do control S? Um, so apparently the first time it just doesn't even work, but I'm just going to do child. I'm just gonna do this because I have no idea why. Seriously, what? How is it that when I try to load up a new graph, are you freaking serious? Are you freaking serious? Are you serious? How is it getting the name panel? How is it getting the name panel? The name panel and the value panel are very different from each other. I'm pretty sure I don't, did I derive it from value panel? Did I derive name, is value panel derived from name panel? I don't believe so. If not, then you're just an idiot. Yeah, it's derived from UI panel. How is it getting name panels? Panel. How is it getting? Okay, so why doesn't this one do? Then why doesn't, or does it? So wait a second. Why doesn't this, why doesn't this delete all of the, or wait, huh? We go to player settings. Under player settings, what we do is show edge names. How is this, why is this, what? There is no difference between, there's literally no difference. Let me try this again. Let me try with this. If this is not equal to null, and we also want to say that and dot target is equal to, hold on a second, this is the wrong one. If we do it here, oh wait, no, I'm being stupid. Of course it's going to go over. I want to see this. So I want to see is if it's for some reason going into the, all right, load up a new graph, confirm. Okay, for I realize my mistakes. So what I have to do here is I have to actually do it within an if statement, not like that. I actually have to do it like this because I realize, of course, this is going to get any of the, this is obviously just going to get any of the, it's obviously going to get yeah, this is obviously going to get the whatever the panel script. It's just going to get the panel script. However, if we do this, then because okay, panel script, no matter what, it's going to basically try to get something. So if I do debug.log panel script dot game object dot name, I'm pretty sure I might actually see some things. Like I'm pretty sure I would end up causing a bit of some errors. So if I was to now go to edit mode, create a vertex and go make it between them, then load up a new graph, as you can see, some of it is going to be null, but or let's just completely ignore that and let's just say I'm pretty sure it's gonna work now. Hopefully. Oops. Huh? That was weird. Okay. Then now if I was to load a new graph, what? Are you serious? Okay, what is the difference between this script? Let me find it. This script, it has the show edge values, and if we set it to false, what's the difference between this? We go to our graph builder now, our graph editor. Let me paste it here, complete exactly as it is. What is the difference between these two? Minus that it literally does it for everything. Panel.get component value panel target if I'm not mistaken is set to the it should be set to the model, the target. Let me go ahead and check that actually, just to make sure, because you never know. Okay, so canvas, value panel, target is, yes, it's set to the model. The model, get the parent, this is the target, the parent of this, and the parent of that. So the transform.parent.transform.parent. Yes, that's exactly what we need to do. Okay, I'll add one last, and if I'll add from here, keep in mind I'll add it from here. Panel.get component, I'll do value panel dot target dot transform dot parent. Does value panel have no, it does not. It doesn't really, no. We don't need the transform dot, it's already, you can do dot parent dot transform dot parent dot if this is equal to del edge dot transform, you want to do this, and we want to break. Keep in mind that this is the exact same function. I want you to keep this in mind. This function is literally almost exactly the same. The only difference is that we actually assign it to a variable. Now, let's go ahead and make a vertex here. Let's go ahead and load. And as you can see, completely idiot. It's a complete stupid crap. It's stupid. I don't even get it. Why? Why are you like this? Okay, fine. Because it hates this so much, I'm going to have to just make a public transform. This one will be the panel. This one will just be the edge target. Now edge target is equal to new target dot transform dot parent dot transform dot parent. With that, we can just set this to instead say edge script is equal to edge target. And like so, like that. Now, under our graph editor, for some odd reason, for how stupid this thing is, I'll say dot edge target. And if this still doesn't work, then I don't even know how much of an idiot this logic is. I don't even know how much more idiotic this code can actually even be. Because it's already stupid. That's how much I'm so confused by this thing, because I don't see where it will. Okay, fine. Good. I'm happy it works now. Thank you for working, even though the code is almost exactly the same as I'm so mad. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to just pretend that never happened. Anyway. Okay, anyway. Let's pretend that never happened. If I press Control Save and then what does this do? Just loads up a new graph. Kind of realized that's that's actually a little funny. It loads up a new graph, even if you're not loading a graph. So what I'm going to actually do is have a reference to that game object. So a public game object. This one will be the new graph button. What we want to do is when we open this, okay, under the UI manager, we now have to go find our good old buddy, the open, close, save, load menu. So what we want to do now is if save manager dot script dot what is it? What is it called? Save state dot if save manager dot script dot save state, it's not slot, save state is equal to save manager dot script dot not that dot save state dot saving. And we want to do is do save manager dot script dot what is the button? New graph button dot set active to false. Else all we need to do is set this to true. And we only want to do this if and open is equal to true. There we go. That's what we want to do. Oh my gosh. So if open is equal to false, we just want to return. There we go. Now hopefully now we can figure out how this works. So we're loading a new graph. We need to assign Right, right. I'm smart. Okay, I totally know how to do this. Okay. New the save. My gosh. New graph button. All right. And Unity just crashed for some odd reason. For some odd reason, it just crashed. Thank you, Unity. Thank you. Thank you very much, Unity. I'm just going to pretend that didn't happen anyway. Go to my game manager, and hopefully now I didn't just lose a ton of progress. Like, for example, the save load menu and on the pause menu where I have to go now back all the way and fix these. Thank you. Edit state to 0, and then this one's also going to be to save manager edit state to 1. And I have to do this for all of the slots now too. Also, let me go ahead and save. For some odd reason, the stupid thing decided to be stupid, and okay, I need to stop. And because for some odd reason, Mr. Unity wanted to crash here. And well, guess what? We now have to get the save slots, and under the save slots, oh, it's perfectly fine. Okay, good. So let me go ahead and let's do Control S. There's nothing. Good. And if we load, good, it's there. Good, everything's good. Let's go ahead and save like a billion times. Now, let's test something. So right now nothing has been loaded. Nothing has been saved. Now, now if I go back to and load Mr. Triangle over here, as you can see we have this. However, I want to get rid of it, so I'm going to get rid of this. Whoops. Stop. Okay, there we go. Perfect. And I want to save, so I'll go to the triangle. Let's confirm. Now, let me load up a new graph. That was rather strange. It didn't appear for a second. Load up a new graph. And if we were to do save, and let's say I wanted to save this as line, and press confirm. Okay, good. It does basically what I wanted to do. So now, well, I think that basically proves that that my save system does basically work. We're at 3 hours and 30 minutes. Give me a second. Okay, I just ended up talking to myself. My bad. Anyway, I think with that, to honestly move any more forward, we would actually have to do a bit of UI work. And if I'm honest, I'm really tired of making UI. I really don't want to do that. But gosh, but I really do want to continue. I still really want to work on this graph builder. I really do. Now, under building graph, I have to say that yeah, the graph builder does really very nicely work out. It does, yeah, it basically does pretty much work. It works pretty much. It works very nicely. Now, there's one last thing now that we have to do, and obviously that is the edit mode. Build graph set up. Build mode. I really don't like that name, but this is basically all this graph build setup is basically the startup. Wait, start in a sense. Okay, so actually no, that's not what we want to do. To be able to switch from the player needs to be able to switch from edit mode to build mode. So if we want to build a graph, there needs to be a way for the player to switch from those two. And right now, the only way I can see that happening is, again, I really don't want to use button. I really don't want to, I don't know. I want to use, I still want the player to be able to, pressing tab is going to switch the current mode. However, I need to figure out what will switch to, how to do the switch between when you have, you know, between the edit stuff. Okay. Now, I guess what I can do to fix that, I guess I could go to the mode manager. And what I want to do here is, I'll say, rather than just doing this, we also need to make sure if input.get key code dot left, not left alt, left shift, we want to return. So under the graph builder, I think we can actually get rid of some functions, some of these. So value panel, don't need this anymore. Say manager, hopefully I don't need it. Under this, what we could say is the graph editor, then here we have the graph builder. What we want to say is if input.get key down, then we do key code dot tab. We want to switch from, basically we want to do, we want to say build mode plus plus. Okay, wait a second. Build mode. Okay, since there are only there's only two modes. If build mode is equal to build mode dot build, we say build mode is set equal to build mode dot edit, and then else we just, all we need to do is do the same thing, except we set this to build mode dot build. There we go. We have to say and input dot get key, and we'd say key code dot left shift. So now I probably should also debug dot log build mode set to, then we say build mode. All right, with that, we also need to test if we end up building a graph while we're not in build mode, then that's going to be a problem. So let me go to edit, I go to shift. So right now we should be on, I believe we are on, we're in edit mode and we're in build mode. So here, if I just do my normal thing, shift and click, there we go, we can still make. However, if we do shift tab and I do shift click, nothing happens. There we go, perfect. And with that, we can now actually do some things, and I would actually like to get rid of some debug.logs sitting around in the world because they're not really useful. All right, now we can get rid of this, and well, technically now this one is supposed to bring up when you interact. What you have to do now is actually, when you interact now in edit mode, it's actually going to be more different. You have to bring up the UI. So under this, I would like to put the graph builder. I would like to put the UI here rather than the UI manager over here. But this is a UI manager. And probably we're going to need another animator. So a public animator, and here we'll do, this one is going to be the graph builder mode. One is the graph builder mode animator. Then we have the public animator, the graph builder edit animator. Yep, this is quite a bit of things. Actually, you know what? No, let's not put it here. It's honestly, I think I should just put it in the graph builder. So here, I'm pretty sure, and I'm pretty sure that I will be actually using a something. So here we need a public animator. This animator will be the the mode button anim. Okay, then we have a public animator. This one will be the, I'm not making the same mistake. They're completely different. Okay, edit mode. Okay, never mind. We're making this an animator. This is going to be the, this is going to be the edit mode. These are the edit mode panels. Edit mode panel animators. There should only be two, so this is actually going to be set equal to a new animator list of two, like so. There should only be two, which are the buttons, which are the mode buttons and the edit panel. So under the UI manager, what we have to do is we do update coordinates, but we also need to check for something specific. So so then I guess I might as well go down all the way to the under this one. I'll have this. This one will be a private void mode based UI. What this does is it basically takes in it has a switch statement, and it obviously takes the mode manager dot current mode, and it takes a case mode dot case it is in hold on a second. Okay, never mind. Actually, maybe this one should be a public. Maybe this one should be public. Case mode dot case the mode is set to. I can actually simplify a lot of these some of this stuff here. For example, actually this one doesn't really need to be simplified anymore. The mode-based UI is kind of case mode dot, we do edit and then what we have to do here is to close mode-based UI. So we're going to actually have a private void close mode-based UI. There we go. Now we kind of do need to have a reference to this, but I'm not going to. But basically, the idea is we'll do this. We call close mode-based UI. Close UI that is. So yeah, and then under edit mode, this one. If it goes to edit mode, we want to open animations. We want to do some animations. And because we have to make some UI because we have to. Anyway, I'm not the biggest fan of making UI, but it is pretty much required to make a good looking game. Because trust me, especially for something like this, you're definitely gonna need some UI for that to go along with. I guess I'll put it at the very bottom. So under the player UI, we have not our menu. The menu is supposed to go on top, so I'll go ahead and create another panel, and this one is going to be the mode-based UI. Yeah, we'll do it like mode-based UI panel. And obviously we're going to remove the image component. We need to. Now under this we have we're gonna have an empty game object. We want to actually project it to the entire screen. Project it to the entire screen, and this one will be the build. This one will be the edit mode UI. Under this, we're going to have a panel. Under this panel is going to be the build mode select. Build mode select. Now this one is going to be attached to the bottom. Hold on a second. Let me look at this guy over here. Not that one specifically, but the mode panel. It's just specifically like that. So under the build mode select, we want to actually parent it to the bottom middle. And we want the height to be a lot less, a lot smaller. We definitely don't need that much. So I'm going to make it like, I want to make it the same size as the player, what is it, the player UI. Same height as the mode panel. Height is 60, so let me go ahead and do that. 60. Then we'll make the width like 200, 100, 150. 150 looks fine. Now under that, we're gonna put it right to the bottom, so we have to anchor it like so. Like so. Oh my gosh. Now this one's gonna have to. Now, obviously, this one will have a bit of a background. Give it a bit more opacity. And we don't want it to have. Now we don't want this. However, under that, we're going to make a panel. This one will be the outline, and you guessed it, we are going to give this one the sprites, and this one takes in our panel. And obviously, this one is going to be this. You can definitely see. I didn't realize it was in perspective mode. Anyway, so under that now we have to make our buttons. Our buttons, they're gonna look exactly like our view mode and outline, whatever. They're supposed to look like that. They're supposed to look like this. This one, now, how do I differentiate between edit and build mode? Because the build, the edit, the edit mode, wow, I just work so much with modes. But if anything, under this, the build mode select, we need two buttons. Now I would give it some more specific and unique UI, but this one will be this one is going to be build. This one is going to be build mode build button. Build mode build button. Wow, that's a lot. That's a very interesting thing to call it. The width, we're going to give it a 45, height 45 as well. And we also want, I guess we are also going to parent it to the center. We want it to be negative 45, 35, like so. Then here we're going to do build mode build button, build mode edit button. This one will be at 35. And we have some navigation, and we're going to get rid of that immediately because we don't want any of that whatsoever, none. Under the text, what we want to do is set this to edit. Now I absolutely think that this looks ugly, so I'm going to, instead of giving it that, I'm going to give it this. Second thought, I'm just going to set this to none. So do you. And you as well. Under this, I want to give it a panel. This panel is going to be this. Go to black. Same with you. This one should not be a raycast target. We just duplicate it and we put it on this guy. Obviously, we just need to just completely do that. There we go. Hopefully this is some okay stuff. All right, we have our build and edit mode. Now we also need access to these, so we're going to go under going to save this for now, but under this, what we want to do is to go using Unity engine.ui, and then here we want to have a public button. This will be the build mode buttons. Build mode buttons. Build mode buttons. And what we want to do is we want to do a public set build mode public void set build mode, and this one will be an int from or 0 or 1 int. Can I do like a mode? Can I do build mode like this? Build mode. And then this will be the set mode. So then it says build mode is set equal to set mode. Now, for the first button, so build mode buttons, we'll do 0. That's supposed to be only 2, so we actually want this equal to a new button of 2. Build mode buttons 0 if set mode is equal to build mode.build, then we want to do is do a build mode buttons 0.interactable is set to false, then just switch it the other way around, and the other one will be set to true. Else we'll switch it around, and that's not actually how we're supposed to do it. Actually, we'll do it like this one, 1 0. There we go. Now under this, we have to do, my gosh, we have to go under our build mode and build button, get this guy. Wait a sec. Oh yeah, I forgot that it was on graph space, graph builder, set set build mode. Okay, this is why I hate something. Okay, set fine, be it that way. 0. This will be like an integer. This will be mode num. Basically, what I have to do now is if mode num is equal to 0, we'll set mode. Okay, build mode is equal to build mode dot build. Else build mode is equal to build mode dot edit. There we go. Okay, making sure my mic is not muted. Now under that, I accidentally hit myself on my table, but under graph builder, set build mode 0, and yeah, and then this one could be any other number, but I'm just gonna use the same I'm just going to put it to 1. Graph builder, 0, but it's actually going to be set to 1. Yay, okay. Go to edit mode. Right, okay, we have to go to our graph space. Under that, our build mode buttons, build mode build button, and our build mode edit button. Yay, okay. With that, we can now, what we can do now is we probably have to set up the animation. I don't really know, maybe I can come up with some UI on my own time, because I really do not know what I'm going to do for build and edit mode right now. And well, yeah. So let's actually just add an animator to this guy, because literally, I'm pretty sure it's a little obvious. So I'm gonna add an animator. Animation GUI. This one is going to be the yeah, this one's going to be okay, forget that for now. I'm just going to go ahead and work on something now. On the edit mode UI, I'm going to have another panel. This one is going to be completely to the side, completely on the side, and we want to stretch it like that. Now we're going to make this really tiny. And it should cover up just a tiny portion of the screen. So I'm going to set the width to 180. And I guess I can go ahead and lift this up. For the okay, for the all right, so technically now I can actually work on this right now. So this one is going to be the vertex properties, the edit vertex properties panel. And we actually need another, oh, actually we need 3. We need 3 of them, 3. Because we have different panels for stuff. So our vertex space, we don't need any more. However, we will be needing this guy. Then under the so build mode select, we could pass the animator as the first one. Then we have this guy is supposed to get, we're going to give it an animator. We'll give it an animator. And then of course we're going to do, now under this, I would like to set, of course I'm probably going to make this a bit darker, like a lot darker. Then we're going to give it a lot more opacity. We want to give it a panel. And we also want to get rid of its background because that's not what I want to give it. This one will be the outline, so we're going to give it the panel. And of course, bring up the opacity to max. Now this one is obviously the outline. And under that, we want to have another panel. This one will literally, well, it's not going to be very large, but all I'm going to do with it is set a, not that, we're going to take the panel and we'll say, and under this, we are going to give it, I technically don't believe the vertex properties panel needs to be that tall. And I realized I need to actually do some fixing with this. Now this one is only going to be to the top and stretch like that. So whatever, if we were to do this, it doesn't matter. Now under this, we have to give it a text. And we want to expand it out. And we also want to make sure that this is Calibri, because not Arial, Calibri. Because Arial sucks. Anyway, well, I don't know. I just wanted to not look like Unity. Anyway, and here, this one is going to be vertex blank properties. Now, because the names can be kind of long, I would like to do a best fit. We remove the best fit. Best fit is probably 20. 20 looks like the best one. Actually, the edit properties panel, how long? It doesn't take up too much space, so I'm gonna make it a little longer. So the width, 250. Let's try that. So we'll do that. Then here, I also want to now make the this one is the title. Then we also want to duplicate it. However, this one is not going to be the title. This one is going to be the name, the vertex name, like so. Now under this, we don't want to give that. We want to actually set the vertex name. We would like to actually have an input field. So the input field, this one, well, input field background looks rather ugly, but let me just look at some some things. So here, we'll set this to none. We also would like to make this the entire thing. Okay, maybe not like that, but we just want to put it to the top like that. Or the middle, just the middle. Then if we were to do this, you can see it can fit. Now actually I think technically the vertex name, the vertex name, it actually, we have our input field, and under this input field, I think I should give it the panel. However, we're setting it to black. And in the placeholder, we don't want it to say, we don't want it to have Calibri. We want it to, the placeholder is going to say vertex name. It's actually going to be the original name of the, actually no, this is going to be enter new name. Enter new name. Then under the text, this one is going to just say the vertex. This is just going to be the vertex name. Now, obviously, I'd like to give it a white. Then the text If I'm honest, I'd like to increase the size of it. Then here, okay, so then under the input field, we have to do we want to align it to the center and to the side. And under the input field, let me look at how it looks. New name, it looks terrible. Okay, let me 1, set this to Calibri. Then 2, not have it do that. I'll have it stretch like this. However, I'd probably do it like this. Now, let me go ahead and test the input field. Let me look at it. Vertex name. There we go. Now, it's nothing much. There's not that much yeah. It's nothing much to do with this. And the vertex name, we actually, okay, it's the input field that's actually the one we want to change. I want to make it just a tiny bit smaller, and on the bottom, not the top, 31.5. We'll do it like that. Enter the name. Actually, do we need to give it anything? We could actually just have it as none. Or we could just, you know what, I'll just give it a panel. The input field. Okay, then okay, after that, I guess we also need to have another input field, which is going to be, actually, we're going to duplicate this. However, this is not going to be vertex name. This is going to be vertex position, because that actually is the one that matters. I'm streaming for 4 hours, geez. 4 hours. Now, this one is going to be the more of the larger one. So we're going to actually, instead, we want to get the input field. We want to actually set this to not in the middle. We want to set this to the top. And this one is not going to say new name. This is going to be input X. And this is going to say enter. The placeholder is going to say enter new X position. We also want to kind of duplicate this in a sense. This one's going to be the Y. This one's going to be Z. Now we also would like to change this to enter new Z position. Enter new Y position. All right, perfect. And to top it all off, we want to lower U. Also would like to lower you as well. And oh my gosh, no, go away navigation. Nobody likes you. I don't want it. I don't want any navigation whatsoever. None. If you're wondering why I'm taking out the navigation is basically the idea. You know where you press tab and it moves to another. You know how when you press tab for some things, it actually goes to pressing tab. That ends up moving to. Stop. Wait a second. What? Looks like the vertex position literally took up more space. So under this, what we want to do now is to do negative 65. And this one, negative, not that, not the text. 65 times 2 is 170, I believe. 170, yeah. no, 130. I know how to do math. I know how to do math. Don't. Negative 120. 115. 116. Oh, whatever. If anything, I'm going to have to lower this a bit. This one's going to be negative 35. The U are going to be negative 85. I kind of realized, you know what? Let me get rid of these for now. This guy is a little too big. So we're going to do 1.5. And this guy is also going to be 1.5. Then under this, it's also going to be another text. This one is just going to be label. Let me make sure it's not getting confused with anything. Good. Now label is going to be a clear irregular because we don't want Arial at all, and we want to actually have it be white. And this is just going to say the X position. And we don't want it to be in the middle. We want it to be at the top right. And I guess we'll also stretch it out. And on top, what we want to do is you basically just want to move this on top. Like so. Actually, we'll put it to the bottom. Put it to the bottom. And yeah, I think we want to move that just a tiny bit over. We also would like to actually change this vertex name, the vertex name panel, and move it downward because, let's be honest, let me also make this a lot longer. Vertex name should be lowered. Let me just put this down here. Vertex name, and we also want to change the input field to be at the top. All right, then let me duplicate this label and put it under U. Let me reset U, or not, let's not reset it. Label the input field just set this to 0. Then for U, I want to set this to the edge of this guy. And why does the input field not okay? 1.5, then 1.5, like so. Then under this guy is going to be say the name. This is the name, obviously. Then I have a feeling that the vertex name is actually going to be the input field. This one's actually going to be input name. It's going to be more of like this. Of course, we probably want to set this to 1.5, 1.5. We also want to set it to 7.5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 5. There we go. then yeah, I think that's good enough. Now we can move the position up again, like so. Then under this, we want to make our input y. So this is going to be input y. In here, our label is going to be the y position. The placeholder, enter new y position. Enter new position, like so. Then you want to move this downward to negative 85, like that. Then I want to duplicate it, z, duplicate that, placeholder, enter new z. Then we want the label to obviously this should be the z position. Oh my gosh, and making UI takes forever. It's not one of my favorite things to do, but it's so essential in making a game. Well, I'm not really making a game, but it's basically essential. So we'll do this, and this is pretty much the entire thing of what we need to do. So vertex name, not that one, we take our edit vertex properties panel and we put it all the way down there. And with that, oh my gosh. There is one thing that I probably should note. There should be a public boolean. This one will be editing object. Now, under the camera movement, what I want to do is if we want to, what we want to say is we don't want to be able to move the camera when you're editing something. Or should we allow it to, can we allow it to move? Graph editor. Actually, I think it's fine. Okay. I'm just realizing some issues. You're not going to be able to click on the, yeah, you're not going to be able to. Oh, I guess that's what I can use for editing object. If editing object to actually, my gosh, editing object, what we have to do is in a sense, we also need a private game, or maybe this should be a public game object. Actually, this one could go to here. And what we can do is under our vertex interaction, if we interact with it, what we have to do is actually, think about it. Maybe not exactly. We should make this a function. So this is going to be a public void set edit object. Set edit object. My gosh, I'm not really being able to speak here. So this actually takes in a game object called the new edit obj, and then we do edit object. The editing object is set equal to new edit object. Then, in a sense, we have to set the properties of thing. Okay, of the object. Now it depends on if this isn't actually, now that I think about it, set edit object. And because I don't really want to make two different functions, set edit object, I'll do vertex first. Vertex, this takes in the game object. And well, first off, we want to make sure that this is actually a vertex. So if new edit object.get component vertex is equal to null, we kind of want to return because this is not a vertex. Editing object will be set to this. Then we want to get all the properties. And here we'll have then here we need access to a bunch of input fields. So public input field array, and this one is going to be the edit vertex values. Edit vertex values, and this is equal to a new input field 4. I believe, yeah, it's just 4. But we also do want to have a public text, not test, text. This one is going to be the edit vertex panel title. Just a bunch of UI stuff. I kind of want to set this to the top. The stuff down here is more UI. Now there's a lot more properties that yeah, there's a lot more properties I would like to put rather than this. Anyway, under the edge script, I think there's one thing that I kind of would like to do. And it's just going to be a little silly kind of function thing. This is going to be a public void. This one will be switch edge points. And this one will, what it does is P1, well, we'll take in a vertex. This one is going to be vertex 1 is equal to P1, then vertex 2 is equal to P2. Then all we need to do is P1 is set equal to P2 is equal to vertex 2, then P2 is equal to vertex 1. And of course, we want to make sure to, I don't think we need to update I don't think we need to update the transform because, yeah, it's already done. It's already being done on a basis. All right, anyway. Then, yeah, because I actually would like to have like a little button that literally switches around the edge points if you would like to make it directional in the other direction, if you wanted to make it directional, but it doesn't matter if it's not directional if you switch the edge points, but if you do make it directional and you switch the edge points, then yeah, there's a difference. So yeah, ouch, my back. Under the vertex, we're gonna, wow, there's a lot of stuff that I need to do. So first off, what we need to do is to do text, not text. We'll do edit vertex property. This entire thing is going to be set equal to vertex Then we add the editing object dot name, and we'll say properties. Now, to actually set the properties of the vertex, what we need to do is to get component. We need to actually get the vertex component. So what we now need to do is we're going to copy this, and we're going to say vertex called we're just going to call it vscript, and this is equal to this. Now, to actually fill in the values, the current values of everything, to fill in the current values of everything, what we want to do is we want to say what is it what was it called, the edit vertex values. 0 is just going to be the name, so dot text I think it's just going to be the text, and this is going to be equal to the vscript dot vname. Then this one will be edit vertex values. This one is going to be dot text. It's going to be the, wow, I actually don't even need access to this script at all. I could have actually, yeah, I don't even need access to this. I don't, why? I just need to check if it exists. So then editing object dot name. And this one is just going to be literally editing object dot transform dot position dot x dot toString. Now I'm going to actually make this display only up to 5 decimals, but yeah, it's going to be the y, this one's going to be the z. We just need to make sure to change this one to those. And with this, we have quite a lot of things to set now. Now for, okay, so now what we have to do is to actually edit that vertex. So hold on a second, let me go to the graph space, and under this we have the vertex, the edit vertex. Bleh. The title is going to be the text. The input name is going to be this one. Then the position, the input x, input y, and lastly the input z. Now to actually test if this works, what we have to do is do this graph builder dot script dot edit vertex values, and we have to pass values, and we have to wait, what is this? Those are input fields, right? Okay, the graph builder, what we have to do is the set edit object vertex, right? That is how you do it. Set edit object vertex, and then we pass in the game object. Here, now there's no animation that needs to be played right now. I'm just trying to test it if it works. So yeah, if I would go to the edit mode, hold on a second. Am I in edit mode? Let's go to that one. All right, then if I was to go to edit, what? Huh? Wait, what? Camera. This is not how it's supposed to work. What? Why? Okay, let's take a look. Let me just make sure that the function is actually being called, because it should actually set, not that one. It needs to check if this function is being called. So debug.log, this one is going to say test. Then under this, we want to do is to, under this, we want to go to our edit mode and click. Okay, that's, there we go. Now, if I go to build mode, which I actually need to update the thing. Wait a second. Right, I'm smart. Okay, let me go ahead and fix this guy over here. If it's this, we have to do set build mode to, well, it's going to be set to 1. Then we do set build mode 0. So that way it actually updates. Then at void start, where is it? You set build mode to 0, like so. All right, lots of stuff. Edit mode, shift, we're in edit mode, and you can definitely see, whoops. Okay, let's go back to edit mode, and let's go ahead and build something. Right, we're still in build. There we go. And with that, whenever we go to edit mode, we kind of technically want to just start off at. We technically just want to start off on the good old. We want to start off on build mode. So let's go to our mode manager. Graph build setup. Oh, there we go. That's actually what we can do. So under our graph builder, on our graph build setup, we don't just do this. We do set build mode 0. All right, then now what we have to do. Oh, excuse me. Geez. Technically now what I'd like to do is to geez. Having a difficult time trying to explain myself here, because there's quite a bit of things that I need to do, and yeah, so this one's going to take the vertex properties. Yeah, this panel thing, which has such a long name. Then I believe, okay, something I should do under coordinates. I want to add an image component. This image is going to actually have nothing. However, we want to lower this to a rather very, very dark, and we want to make this a very low opacity. I would also like to make this a little bit more tiny because I don't believe I actually don't really believe that it needs to be that large. So let's just make sure we fix this up. Why is this thing? Why is the extras like that? It should be expanded to the whole entire screen. Then under the coordinates, it should be here. There we go. Much better. Crosshair should be direct center. Then here, we kind of want to now add a new thing, which is a panel. Then of course, you guessed it, we're going to give it the panel thing. It's the panel thing. Now, I actually would probably don't want to put this guy inside though. So yeah. So then now we actually have just some nice little UI. Also don't want to have this guy show. So yeah, that's all we want to do. For some odd reason I was zoomed in. And there you go, just overall looks a lot more nice. However, I still believe I can definitely make that a little small, the coordinates panel just a tiny bit smaller, so like that. Let's go ahead and fix this. Over, go ahead and I believe I should actually just move these guys just a tad bit over to the left, just like 1, 2, or 3, 4. I think 4 is fine. Now the pitch and yaw. When you 1, we'll do it like that. Then here under the extras, well, again, we're not the extras, we want the coordinates. Fix it again. There you go. You have a lot more nice little neat thing on the side. Yeah, looks all nice. All right, now go ahead and save. Okay, just thinking again because it's sorry. I'm just trying to figure out everything. So technically, we already have our okay, under this, we want to get our folder, and this one will be the edit mode. Under edit mode, we actually want to have some other ones. This one is going to be the button select. And this one will be, obviously you want to create an, actually want to do this, select our panel, not that. I'm talking about this guy. And this guy, well, button select, is going to obviously have the open button panel. And you guessed it, you guys definitely guessed it. We are going to have to do this one more time. Now to actually do this, what we want to do is set the position to not 0. We're going to set this to -50, negative 30 at the start. Then for half a second, we'll have a transition upward. Here we go. Obviously, we want to create a new clip. This one is going to be stay open button panel. You guessed it. This one is going to stay here. This one's going to be literally 30, like that. Done. New clip. This one is going to be the close button panel. Then, of course, play. Set the original position. Move half a second and set this to -30. Yeah. Now the last one, of course, stay closed button panel. This guy, you guessed it. You've done it before. You've guessed it before. I'm pretty sure you can guess it now. -30. Here we go. That's all we need to do. Now, wait a second. Let me play this animation. Okay, good. Now, let me go ahead and now just set this guy to -30 at its position. Because let me go to our animator. Because guess what? We're going to do the exact same thing that we've done for all the other stuff that we have made. For all the other animators, we have used this exact same format. Guessed it, this one has 0 exit time, no fixed duration, the transition duration is set to 0, and last but not least, we need our boolean called stay open. And when this is set to false, we'll transition to closing the panel. Yay! We did it! We made an animation again. So now what we have to do is when we do this, we have to use our almighty graph setup. And on our graph setup, what we have to do is do UI manager.script.play not .script, you just UI manager.play UI animation. We pass in the animator, which is rather simple because it's just the edit mode panel anim 0. Then we pass in the open UI. This one's open UI. This one's going to be set to true. Then the string is called open button panel. Last but not least, like so. Now, obviously, we also do need to make sure that we close it. Hence, yeah. Under UI Manager, close mode-based UI for. So this one, we actually need to do our graph builder dot. This one we have to say if. Actually, this one has to do a for each animator, and we're just going to say anim in graph builder dot script dot edit mode panel anim if anim dot boolean get boolean, we take stay open equal to true. We want to do is play UI animation. We pass in the animator. We set this to false, and of course, this actually doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter because when we play the UI animation, it's going to be closing anyway. If we close it, we don't actually need to. We actually don't need to care about if it's. We don't need to care about the name of the guy. So yeah. Yeah, this is one. Close mode based UI. Now, when we go to edit mode, when public mode base UI, mode based UI, when it goes to edit mode, we want to do our good old buddy actually, we don't need this. We can just take this guy. Then under our mode manager, we just need to find Mr. set mode UI. When we do set mode, what we have to do here is after we do this, we actually, whenever we do this, we want to do UI manager.script. Close mode based UI. Because we don't want to actually, we actually specifically and yeah, I get it. It's not gonna. All right, all right. All right, fine. Because the animation needs to be done, or how about this? Let's just get rid of one. Okay, there we go. So if we go to what? Huh? Wait, did I just wait? That's not the name. Open button panel. Oh, it's a capital. Okay, fine, Mr. Picky over here. Okay. There's a reason why I kind of don't like messing with UI. Okay, that animation's way too slow. I am sorry, but it is. I need to fix that. Let me go ahead and find it. Build mode select, open panel, and this guy. Make it like just like a lot faster. Now close, we'll do the same thing. And with that, let's go ahead and save. All right, go away. Right, I have a feeling I need to fix some of the transition times. The exit. Okay. Let me go ahead and fix some of it. Let me just open button panel, close button panel. Let's go ahead and make this work. Hopefully now, transition duration, obviously, and this one stay open to false. Nope, not that one. Want to undo? What did I just say? Undo. Anyways, and yeah, I think yeah, that should fix the glitchiness of that thing. Why is it taking forever for it to? No, there should be no exit time. There we go. Build mode, you can go to edit mode, and hey, pops up. There we go. Lots of nice stuff. Okay, anyway, then let's go ahead and do our edit property. Let's do this guy. Wow, we've been live. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a long live stream. It's almost 5 hours. Geez. I think after I finish doing this, I'm gonna head off because this is way too long of a live stream already. Way too long, I have to say. I want to live stream for 6 hours, but I think that's way too long. I don't want it. It's not fun. As much as I would love to continue, no. Just no, I can't do it. I'm not doing that. I can't. Yeah. Anyway, let's go back to our UI. Not that. We want to go to our edit mode, and this one will be the vertex properties. Now for you, we want to go ahead and create some animations. So let's go ahead and do that. Go to vertex properties. This one's going to be open the edit. Open v edit. Yeah, there we go. Then for this one's going to be edit vertex property. And open v edit is going to be rather simple. We have to just go back to you, right back to you. Then what we need to do is it starts at positive 125. Then after a quarter of a second, it goes to negative, like that. I think this one should be a little slower since, the UI is just a tad bit larger. So now let's go ahead and create a stay open v edit. So this one's going to be even more simple. Negative 125. Go. Next is obviously close v edit. Close v edit. First off, we need to lock that so that we can still edit the properties. So this one's going to be negative 125, but then after this amount of time, 125, like so. Yeah, okay. We'll stop. And lastly, last thing, stay closed v edit. Now this one, I cannot tell you how often I've done this already, but like that. And I guess you can also guess. You can guess what I'm going to do next, and that's go to this guy. Stay close. It's obviously going to be the default. Now the v-edit is going to make the transition to this guy. We also need to add our good old classic stay open boolean. Create our not state. Make a transition. No exit time. Fixed duration. And there we go. We have to stay open, set to false. There we go. And with that, we basically know how to do it. Whoop-de-doo. Anyway, with that, let me go ahead now to the graph space, and let's add our next animator. So here we go, animator, edit vertex. And well, what we have to do is whenever we edit an object of vertex, what we have to do is we also want to open the panel. But first, I would like to set all the properties. Then I would do UI manager dot play UI animation. The animator we take in our edit mode panel. This one's going to be second. Then we take this one to be true. Then we do then what we have to do is open animation name. That one is going to be open v edit. Now the problem is I need to figure out how to close it. Okay. I'm wondering if I should have a second enum, which it actually would be more private. It's going to be a private enum called the edit object type. This one's going to be either a vertex or an edge. What do you mean? Can't make it private? Fine, I'll make it public. So then the edit object type, we're gonna have it private. Where is it? This one would be a private edit object edit. You know what? Fine, we'll do it. I don't like this being public. A private edit object type. This one will just be the editing object type. Now, editing object type, this is going to be, since this one is specifically for a vertex, editing object type is set equal to edit object type dot vertex. Then obviously we're going to have one for an edge. Now, under our void update, what we want to do is check yeah, this one we're going to take that. If it's in edit mode, if we're currently in edit, so what we have to do is check if our editing object is equal to null, we have to check if okay, we have to actually, rather than doing that, under our cam interaction, this is going to be rather interesting. What we have to do now is check some other stuff. Because I want to be able to close the thing too. Current mode is equal to edit and graph builder script. Oh my gosh. I guess I'm going to go do this if we're in edit mode and it's build mode and .edit, we're going to do something what we're going to do, oh yeah, here, yeah, this is exactly what we kind of need to do. All right, because this appears to be some sort of some sort of common thing that I need to do. Is we need to take our graph builder.script.build mode case build mode dot build break, in case build mode dot edit break. You're saying, what the heck am I doing? Well, guess what? I'm just putting this up here, this and this. We're just putting this here, and yeah, we're just setting up everything. Now for this one, if we do controls dot interacted, we're not going to set the true because it's already by default that way. if camera ray turns is equal to false, we're going to have to get rid of the, we're going to do graph editor, not graph editor, graph builder, public void remove edit object. Now to do this, we have to do a switch again. And this time we have to take editing object type. Case edit object type is vertex. We're going to have another one, a case edit object type dot edge. We're going to obviously break. Now here, since it's a vertex, what we want to do there, what we want to do is to we want to do this. Set this to false. Then what we also want to do is to, well, when we remove the object, editing object is also set to null. With that, let's go to our vertex interaction, our camera interaction. Then the last thing, hopefully this will get it done. Graph builder script dot remove edit object. And this will be the last thing I want to do, hopefully, and hopefully it works, so I can end off our stream at basically almost 5 hours. Jeez. Please work. Okay. Thank you. For a second there, I thought there was just like some while loop that came up. So let me shift to edit mode. Right. Okay. First off, I need to get rid of this. I need to actually get this. Okay, if we do this and graph builder dot script dot selecting edge point is equal to false. I mean, set that, no, not false. This one's supposed to be true. Hopefully, we can now get rid of all this. No, please work. I'm trying. I just want to. I need to. I really feel like I need to end things. Go to edit mode. Edit. Go to this. Yes. Thank you. Okay. With that, I have a lot of stuff to do. Hopefully, then on the weekend, I can actually do another one of these. I don't think I'll do any for. I don't think I'm going to do any for Tuesday, Wednesday, Tuesday to Friday. Maybe Friday. It depends. But if anything, I'm not going to be working on it for the next few days. Just expect me to work on this on the weekend. So yeah, that's really about it for now. So thanks for watching and hope you enjoyed.